I know how to play Jack. No one's going to watch this video. That's some good stuff. Hey guys, this is Diverse ASMR. So my live stream crapped out, so we're doing another video because it's cool and all that good stuff. So we are going to be doing Xbox controller noises ASMR. Well, it's just me playing Xbox and talking about my day. It's cool. Place your bet. Bet max? An ace and a 4. I lost $500. Oh my god! I lost $500 just like that. Wow.
He's a swimmer, right? He's a swimmer. That's how he freestyle in the whole thing. He's so hot. He's a swimmer. Who is it, Ryan Phillippe? One of those guys? I can't remember. One of those dudes. Yeah, and then that fucking yeah, he's like a swimmer. He fucks up his whole swimming career because he starts looking at porn. Justin, what are you doing? I'm going to bed now, okay, Mom? Good night. But it's never really porn. It's just like girls in sweaters. Yeah. Stays up all night drinking energy drinks and like refreshing images of the J.C. Penney catalog. Yeah. Never eating off. And then like they never even call it porn. Right. I think the mom's like, I can't believe our son is looking at those websites. Yeah. You know, or whatever.
It's garbage, Justin, and I don't want it in my house ever.
It's a podcast. But, God, do I even have to do this? Can I just, like, put this in another room? Can we make this puppy ASMR too? Yes. Ah, crap, it's a random guy. What's up? AFK, bro. What's going on? Dude, I'm listening to, like, some Better Bachelor or some other stuff like that. Oh, man. What happened to the... Oh, yeah.
Joker with a face for radio and a voice for print. Today, I'm going to finish up my kind of three-part series on the dating apps. I've done a couple about a woman swiping as a guy and seeing how bad it is. Then I did another one where guys put up a profile that was a kind of a Chad, a big alpha guy, but he was a very bad person. And it showed how many women still would swipe and match with him, even if he was basically a criminal. And today I'm going to finish up with why women are not liking the dating apps, because there's not enough desirable guys on there. Because again, remember, they only want the top 10 or 20% of guys. The rest are kind of invisible to them, so they don't even see them. So even though there might be 10,000 guys they could match with, they only want the top couple hundred. And they're complaining now because, well, there's only a top couple hundred, and they're not being chosen by these guys because guys have so many options. But it's interesting to see how they've actually are starting to come to the same results that we are, which is, hey, you know what? Hypergamy is awful for women. So let's get recording on this. I actually decided to take this from the web archive. And this is from Bold articles. 9 reasons it's so hard to find a good man. Now, let me rephrase that so we make sure we get it right. 9 reasons it's so hard to find Alpha Chad. It's so hard to find Mr. Perfect, and they're not willing to settle in any category. So there's only a couple, but there's not enough of them to go around. And of course, it's the guy's fault. You know how that goes. It says, if we get straight to the point and skip the BS that's only used to soften the blow of painful facts, we can admit it's hard to find a good man. Now, this is written by Amanda Chattel, I guess, so woman writer, so we're getting her view on it. Even if we take our standards, expectations, and delusional hopes off the table and really look at the situation for what it is, we can clearly see that we are not to blame for the lack of good men. No, we have society who can take the blame for this one. That's right, they still won't take blame for having too high standards, even though they say, even if we take our standards, expectations, and delusional hopes, she admits they're delusional, but they're not to blame. You see, it's society at large, which means really men. Okay, let's keep reading. Unfortunately, our culture has evolved in a way that has made finding a good man tough, and they certainly don't make them like they used to. So why is it so damn hard to find an awesome guy who's going to treat you right and not bail the first time temptation comes his way? Here are 9 reasons. Hookup culture has taken over. Although I would never knock up hooking up, it has replaced dating, even relationships. Men don't want to be with one woman only, even if they have an entire buffet at their disposal. Let me read that again. Men don't want to be with one woman only if they have an entire buffet at their disposal. That's right, they don't. So what happens to the 9s and 10 guys? They have 100% of women to choose from. They'll go for easy 6s, easy 7s. They'll go for the challenge and try to get an 8 or 9 or 10. They have all the choices, you see. And again, with the dating apps, specifically the dating apps, it's about looks. So they're even saying, look, guys do not have to commit to get some, which is great for guys, but it's not so good for the women that aren't chosen. Now they're starting to see it a little bit. It says people have too many options. When while it's good to have options, it can be bad when there are too many options. At any given moment, a guy can sit down at a dating app and immediately have endless options of women from which to choose. Because of that, it's hard for them to give one woman a shot for more than a hot minute. Again, this is incorrect. Let me reread that for you. At any given moment, a really hot, desirable, totally perfect guy can sit down and have a dating app and immediately have endless options. What about the other 60, 70, 80% of men out there? You're invisible. They don't even see you as an option. So they're only looking at that tiny 10% for 100% of women. So there's not enough guys out there, and those guys have choices, and they're not happy with that. Lots of guys are holding out for something better. It's a sad thought. In a world with so many options, people can become immersed in the idea that something better might just be around the corner. Because that's the case. It's hard to find a man who wants to commit when they're thinking that the next woman they could meet could be perfect, whatever perfect is. This is the same thing we say about women, right? We're like, hey, hypergamy. Well, they're saying that the guys are guilty of that. The truth is, guys look at their options, and when, again, this top percentages have so many options, they're not going to settle. They will date down or sleep down with a 6 or 7, but a 9 or a 10 is holding out to date a 9 or a 10. But they're hard to get to. Even a 9 or a 10 doesn't think a 10 is good enough for her. She wants a 12, which doesn't exist. So in the meantime, that guy's dating down to 6s and 7s and 8s and having his fun. And then he's bouncing because he gets an opportunity to be with or sleep with or whatever, a 9 or a 10. And that 6, 7, 8 is sitting there going, wait, what happened? He bailed on me. Well, I guess I'll start looking again. And the hookup just continues, but no guy's going to, quote, settle with her, you see. Again, the other 70 or 80% of guys aren't even looked at. So in the meantime, many of us are sitting here going, hello, hey, successful, entrepreneur, intelligent, I got my thing going on. Oh, yeah, but you're short. Or, oh, yeah, but you're bald. Or, oh, yeah, right. Excuse. And this isn't meeting somebody in person necessarily, because when you do meet someone in person, I think you can, if you do have a bit of game, you do have some talk, I think you might have a shot. But again, how much effort are you putting in for how little of a reward? Remember, there's no mention of what they bring to the table. It says marriage is becoming obsolete. Once upon a time, people couldn't wait to get married, although it was likely due to the fact that they would finally be able to have intimacy. The reality is these days, people are in no rush to get married. Nope. So therefore, they're in no rush to get a relationship or settle down. And if a guy's friends aren't married, he sure as heck won't be the first one to do it. Let me also put this out there. When a guy has a lot of choices, he's not going to settle for one woman. If a guy doesn't have a lot of choices, he sees what's going on out there with women then being with him and then going one day, I want to be with that guy. And he's getting buried underground in a divorce, in child support, in child custody, so on and so forth. So he says, I'm not taking that gamble. So the amazing men, they're not going to settle. They can keep going out and having their fun without having to promise one woman anything, because women women will share a very attractive, popular guy. They're happier to share that than have a lesser guy all to themselves. And again, I've done videos on that. And then the guys that would settle normally, a guy that's like, hey, I'm a 6, she's a 6. Normally, yeah, I would get married and have a family. But I see what's going on. I see what men go through in these court cases. I saw ex-members of my family or friends get divorces. I know what the laws are like. I'm also out. That's why guys are bailing. It says number 5, some men are intimidated by power. I'm not even going to touch that one because that's some saturation, but I think it's insignificant at this point. It's only fair that the cam whores get used to both the good times and the bad. As someone that's been doing online content production for 20 years, I've been used to feast and famine in my life. I remember the .com days back in 99 and 2000, when I built websites and ran ads on them. I was making great money for about 6 months, and then the market crashed. And then many of the banner ad companies I was getting paid by went belly up. I went through roughly 5 to 10 of them within about a year. You learn to adapt. So will these thoughts. Once they explore the wall, they'll finally explore their bodies' strange new folds, seek out new simps and new monetizations, then boldly go where no whore has gone before. In the words of Adam Sandler, you can do it. Lately, a lot of guys have actually been having more free time to do Skype calls with me, and I've gotten guys to speak on a regular basis, which is something that rarely happened before the virus. So I'm guessing that the same thing is happening to many of those girls. As for the Vice article, I wouldn't put it past girls that work in the industry to go out there and pay Vice to produce that article, so that other girls wouldn't go out there and try to do the same thing, by saying it's hard work and trying to discourage other women. Ironically, if they did do that, then it's just going to backfire on them, because women see other women that are successful and they mimic them. So the market might start getting saturated as a result after all. Many of you guys will say, why the hell would a guy pay to talk to a cam model? To that I only have 2 words to answer: female validation. They obviously aren't paying to see a naked female body all the time. They can see that anytime they want for free on a campsite or tube website. What they're paying for is for her to say their name and tell them how sweet and nice they are, and that's what they're really getting off on. Guys know that there's no way they'll ever actually meet them. They just want the women to know that they do exist and that they think about them just once in their lifetime. Plus, they typically want to pay Western cam models and eThons to do it. A while back, I did a video about that cam girl guy that had a mansion full of them in Eastern Europe. If the naked female body is nothing more than the naked female body, then why are there actually cam girls in North America making the most money? Many of the Eastern European and Asian ones also speak English, with a slight accent, but they still don't get anywhere near as much money thrown their way. It seems the guys want to know that there's a girl on the internet near them where they live, giving them attention and stealing their pension. They want validation from a female that seems familiar to them, and not one that's very distant. Women are losing jobs on an unprecedented scale, and they're calling it the she session instead of the main session that they nicknamed things back in 2008-9. Men back then didn't get a bailout and couldn't go online and sell their soiled satin panties on OnlyFans. Guys couldn't go out and become strippers or cam models to pay their bills. Yet women are complaining that it's just not fair that they're the ones having to suffer more because of a loss of service jobs. Truth be told, this was going to happen at some point. It's just that the virus has sped up the demise of the discount shopping mall. The consumer-based economy is now going bye-bye. The women that are camming right now better try and hold on to some of that sweet cash, because while many guys have their jobs right now, as the lockdowns continue, many will lose their jobs, and they won't have the money to spend on their sipping ways anymore. Then thoughts will increasingly panic, and that's why we're actually seeing some of them complain and shame guys to send them as little as $5 to $10. It's only a matter of time before their income falls. Then I suspect they're going to start going out in public wearing a mask to a trucker stop and propositioning guys to go down below their pubes. But how realistic is it doing that when that wonderful health issue is floating out there? Their value has been reduced due to fear of disease, and I'm not talking about the usual ones. We're in a world where we're seeing the diminishing returns of being a whore trying to land yourself a big score. How low those returns will go depends on how long the virus lasts, and right now, as of scripting this video, May 19th, the cases in the United States are still rising. Even with the lockdowns, and California just recently said that they would continue this for another 3 months. Countries that have also gotten their active cases down to 30 or 40 are having a hard time getting them down to zero. If any place does get their cases down to zero for 3 weeks, then they can technically restart their economy. But we live in a global economy, so that means no international trade or foreign flights in and out of that country. So their economy is still stunted, and the thoughts truly get what they deserve. Little to no employment benefits for the majority of them, and little to no whore benefits either. I can't wait to hear how this is going to play out in the next 6 to 12 months. Anyways, that's it for today. Thanks to myself the same way, because again, no one sent me a donation a topic. Don't forget to smash the like button the way that no one wanted to smash the PayPal button on this video, nor many eThoughts cam channels either. Bang the bell and check out.
CeraVe, what your skin craves.
The average mile in LA is 60 minutes. This is what I realized. Computers, or rather computing tools in some form or another, have seen use by humans for thousands of years. From simple tally keepers in sub-Saharan Africa to the advanced difference engine of Charles Babbage, humanity seems to understand well the value of computation, measurement, and calculation, be it for commerce, astronomy, engineering, or what have you. By the early 20th century, mechanical computing seems to have reached a major peak in terms of capability, and soon fell to the wayside of electrical and digital computers, which in comparison were not merely less costly, but also more accurate and at times faster. Still, however, these bulky mainframe computers remained exclusive to a select few who could afford them, mainly belonging to government facilities and institutions in limited quantity. Advancements in computing technology continued well to the 1960s, but generally it seemed the very best computers remained both cumbersome and exclusive. In the US, this left only a handful to be produced and scattered around the country, leaving their users disconnected from one another, even if working on overlapping projects, ultimately slowing down progress. Other options certainly existed, and a variety of lesser computers remained available for the scientists willing to use them, but this posed a number of issues, foremost being a lack of compatibility between the various systems, and long wait times for data to be delivered from one site to another. Those whose research demanded access to only the most advanced computers, and more than just the few kept in one location, found the scarcity and disconnect to be a great inconvenience and burden. Thus, theories arose for how a computer network could be established, linking the devices together as a means of pooling their collective knowledge to create a more versatile and streamlined computing experience. The solution would be devised by scientists at the American Advanced Research Projects Agency, also known as ARPA, naming this computer the ARPANET. Though it's been suggested the program was meant to serve as an emergency communications network in the event of a nuclear exchange, from its inception the system was merely meant to bridge gaps in information gathering and to harness the combined computing power of the national network.
achieving both so impressively that for the next 2 decades, the program would be continually expanded upon in function and network size, inspiring a number of other networks internationally, which eventually spawned the World Wide Web and the internet we know today. There's little need to emphasize just how significant the internet has become to modern living, as it permeates work, politics, entertainment, personal interactions, business, and more. This only some decades-old creation now affects virtually everything in our daily lives, and, as was its original purpose, has accelerated and connected our worlds dramatically, perhaps even to a fault. What if that changed? What if in an alternate timeline, the internet never existed? Perhaps the internet program never receives enough funding to get itself off the ground, and for the sake of this scenario, nor do any other alternatives both within the US and beyond. Perhaps more simply, ARPANET and other networks remain exclusive to the governments of the world and are never released for public use, something which had almost occurred in our world for the sake of preserving the internet as a utility for progress. The scientific community fearing that commercialization of the internet might make it more a marketing tool than one for scientific advancement. If we were to opt for the former option, funding is likely to either be diverted to missile defense systems, if we're to believe the claim ARPANET was initially funded for such defense purposes, or alternatively, given what would have been the then-present demands for improvements to computing power and data transfer, research and development of smaller, cheaper, and more compatible devices may be taken up. The technology to achieve this would already be in development, meaning if this route were followed, increased government funding in this field could see the accelerated production of compact technologies possessing exceptional processing power, albeit disconnected from a larger network. These devices would likely remain exclusive tools of business professionals and not become as common in the household until the late 90s, even then having lost the momentum internet access would have given to tech sales, reducing their ubiquity. Data and document transfers will need to be carried out physically, making use of floppy disks or some other alternative that might arise in this world. Now, with all this said, while government funding may give some innovations a boost, tech would also experience a handicap wherever networks would have been used to speed up research, slowing some government-sponsored projects, but probably not to an extreme level. Meaning, while some things might become slightly more advanced, others would lag slightly behind. Beyond merely changing the pace at which advancements to certain technologies are made, the absence of the internet wouldn't have much of an impact until about the mid-2000s, as its social and cultural effects would have just started to be set in motion during the 90s once it became available to the public, and even then it was heavily limited by slow speeds and the bare-bones layout of the era. Frankly, it may be much too early to be asking what history would be like without the internet, since we're really just getting started with it. Just to cover a few historic points, it's been suggested by some that the internet had played a role in rallying support both locally and abroad against the 1991 communist coup aimed at ousting Soviet president and reformer Mikhail Gorbachev. However, the role of the internet in this event doesn't seem to have been extremely significant, as television, radio, and word of mouth appear to have been a far larger factor in alerting the Soviet public, while most would prefer the phone. The spread of this news through the net, though it certainly did paint a sorry picture for the state of communism within the USSR, did little to attract fiscal support, and at best utilized the network to collect minor intel. If the coup did somehow succeed in the absence of the internet, the USSR as an entity may survive well to the 21st century, however likely experience additional breakaways of territory and increased isolation from the rest of the world on account of its return to more hardline communist ideology. The internet and social media have also been pointed to as enablers for the Arab Spring, which, like in the case of the Soviet coup, saw this communication medium exploited as a means to bypass government oversight to rally support around a cause. However, given the outcome of the Arab Spring, its destabilizing results, subsequent suppression, and recent revival, we might speculate that its initial outbreak had been a bit premature, and in an alternate world where the internet never existed, the factors which led to these uprisings in the Middle East take longer to manifest into anything of significance, if even they do. The delay possibly bringing more support and drive to the movement until it finally reached a boiling point and took on a clear revolutionary character, or alternatively, this added time allows the establishment to suppress rebellious voices, whilst more traditionalist elements grow in number. Whatever the case, the outcome would certainly be more lasting and definitive across each of the states in which it took place. There's also the matter of elections and the influence of social media on them. Take, for example, the 2008 and 2012 elections. As far as online presence was concerned, Obama managed to outshine his rival in 2008 with some 2 million supporters on Facebook and 100,000 followers on Twitter, at a time when 35% of Americans reported social media as their primary source of election news. The fresh new medium, even by that point, seems to have had a noticeable impact on the election outcome, especially in catching the attention of younger voters and enlisting their support in not just casting their vote, but in spreading the word as well. This trend would continue into 2012, Obama's campaign team making extensive use of Twitter and branching out into other sites, while Romney fell behind. In a world without the internet and social media, Obama would probably still win in 2008, as absent the public sphere of social media, mainstream news coverage would remain the public's default source of information, and in our world the media had been regularly accused of having a bias toward Obama at the expense of Hillary and McCain. This alone could retain him the presidency in our timeline. However, 2012 would probably be much closer and could turn out a victory for Romney if he succeeded in running a more traditional campaign and managed to swing Florida, Virginia, Ohio, and Michigan. Romney's presidency probably wouldn't have been drastically different from Obama's second term, though we might see the continued construction of the Keystone Pipeline, a loosening of restrictions on the coal industry, and a more pragmatic approach to economic recovery, albeit still tiptoeing around environmental issues as he would occasionally do. Romney also spoke big on engaging in a trade war with China and taking a firmer stance against America's enemies, naming Russia as America's chief opponent, but this may not have had much substance behind it, and domestic issues are likely to take precedence over international matters. It's also been frequently said that Obama won the 2012 election in good part thanks to the Hispanic vote, something which prompted the Republican Party to begin attempting to appeal to this demographic specifically, much to the displeasure of Republican voters, once establishment Republicans began touting near-identical immigration standards as the Democrats, later attempting to emulate them in various other fields to win over traditionally liberal voters. Romney had claimed himself to be strict on the matter of legal immigration, a believer in the need for a barrier along the southern border, and in holding businesses accountable for hiring illegals. If Romney won, the Republican Party would assume an appeasement-type strategy so early and see a resurgence of conservative elements rather than lukewarm or liberal politicians. Thus, unless Romney's presidency is exceptionally poor, Trump may not feel the need to launch a campaign in response to Obama's second term and the decline of the Republican Party, but given his past interest in the office, this is hard to say for sure. Overall, they're small changes, but once again, given how relatively recently we've acquired this technology, it would probably be better to focus on the sociological aspects of this scenario, what our culture and day-to-day interactions would be in this alternate world. Here to start us off is our Dutch-Atlantic pal, Jippily.
That will mean no Facebook, no Twitter, no Instagram, and yes, no YouTube. It would mean that people would still get their news primarily from newspapers and television. It would mean that industries like video stores would still exist because there's no Netflix. It would mean that warehouses wouldn't struggle nearly as much, if at all, because there's no Amazon. It would mean less globalization, probably a world of nations and cultures drifting further apart instead of growing closer, becoming an increasingly similar gray mass. It would mean you'd still have to call your local pizzeria for takeaway or delivery. It would mean less damage to our dopamine receptors because of social media and porn addiction. It would mean having to go to the library to do research instead of Wikipedia. It would mean not being able to just Google any question that comes to mind at any time, anywhere. It would mean more privacy, less anxiety because of stupid text or pictures you've sent, and not being traced wherever you go. Yes, it would be a very, very different world.
As we all know, before social media and internet searching became as common as it has, news and information remained in the hands of established institutions and organizations to review, refine, and distribute to the public as they saw fit. Looking at it from one angle, we might see truth and knowledge being clipped into portions suitable for the public, censorship or propagandizing as some might say. Though looking at it from a different point of view, we also see quality control, investigation of the facts before wild claims are made and rash actions are taken, essentially entrusting these gatekeepers of information to give us a polished story and weed out any misinformation. It wasn't perfect, especially as competition within the media incentivized speedy and provoking stories at the expense of fact-checking and journalistic principle. However, today the burden of differentiating truth from misinformation is in our own hands, and certainly not everyone has the time or capability to do that, leaving most of us as in the dark as we were before, but now more divided and radical than ever, as sensationalism has become the prime moneymaker for media, and media is now in the hands of less disciplined agents. In a world without the internet, sensationalism would still have a massive role to play in the news and media, but given the information sources are now fewer and more professional, divisiveness remains lower than in our world, opinions generally remaining close to party lines, with radicals and splinter groups being fewer and far between. This almost chaotic expanse of information has also exposed the masses to formerly niche and obscure subjects, which over time came to shape a number of genres, interests, and subcultures, which very well may not have existed or reached the size they have if not for the interconnectivity now available to these otherwise few and disconnected communities, now allowing them to reinforce their lifestyles and be readily visible to the mainstream. Without the internet, it's likely the identities of the 2000s and 2010s would be more identifiable by a singular or handful of subcultures, rather than a wide variety with only minor overlaps. Convenience sites like Amazon wouldn't be able to outcompete physical stores. Such sites aren't even able to become competitors with local business unless they physically establish a location in your city or neighborhood, at best creating something like a Walmart or a mail delivery catalog, but even then wouldn't be able to match online capabilities. This, of course, may be inconvenient to the consumer, but long-term it does preserve a greater level of economic diversity, preventing several markets from being dominated by a single distributor, additionally alleviating the impact this would have on small businesses, and lending to the preservation of small business communities who may actively abstain from inviting big-box stores to their towns, but can't really do much against more affordable online vendors. Without the distraction of the internet, life would also take on a more physical, real character, instead of the partial online existence we live today, where our actions online are sometimes just as, if not more important to us than our actions in the real world. Sure, some people will still be sat in front of television for hours of the day, but most of us wouldn't be. It's easy to walk away from a show you're not interested in or just leave the TV off for a while, but it's hard not to explore an essential world of new content, information, and stimulus right at your fingertips. It's common for people to blame the internet for their woes, how it sucked us in and kept us addicted, made us socially isolated, or bred bad habits, but so easy is it to shift blame away from ourselves. Some of us may fantasize about how much better the world would be without the distraction, manipulation, and soullessness of the internet, but it can't do anything on its own. We're the ones who keep coming back to it. We're the ones who make stores shut down because we'd rather save some time and money by just ordering online. We're the ones who decided we'd rather stream a movie on a tiny screen than go out to a theater, or even just pick up a movie at a store. We're the ones who sit down and decide to binge hours of some made-up story instead of living our own stories. Instagram, Twitter, and Facebook haven't forced you to make an account that you upload your life to. These are choices we've made because it's easy, it's addictively satisfying, and everyone's doing it. A lot of us feel and know just how negatively the internet is affecting us and the world we live in, but so few of us are willing to so much as slow down, to make the trip to the store and just cut out the online middleman for good, to cancel a streaming service that's keeping you from living your own adventure, to make plans with your friends and just leave the phone at home. It's up to you to decide whether or not the tools you use end up using you. And that is where we'll end this video for now. The USFC thanks you for watching. Support your legion by liking the video, or join our ranks by subscribing for more. Mr. Z, out.
I was listening to Joe Rogan, and I heard him mention Flaviar. Coolest Father's Day gift for the whiskey-loving dad.
I love that Flaviar understands my palate, and when I...
The Joe Rogan Experience.
I started my immigration process when he got elected.
Oh no.
It's been a trip, you know.
How does that work? Like, if you are a Mexican-born citizen and you want to become a United States citizen, obviously it's very difficult.
So, married to an American, have an American kid. That's how I went through the process myself, and I got a green card. The thing is that when he got elected, everybody said, you know what, maybe our time to get a green card is going to be less and less, so let's all try and get one. So what would take normally 6 months took 2 years.
Oh, wow.
So in those 2 years, you can't leave the country.
So what happens to people that are illegal over? That's what's fucked up about it, right? It's like there's people that came over here illegally 20, 30 years ago, and they've done no crimes. They've been an integral part of society. They've had great lives, but they can't pay taxes. They can't vote. They have to live undercover.
Yeah, I mean,
fuck. That's stupid.
They're and they do provide You know, they do
Yes.
provide. They pay taxes through other
through sales tax, buying things, but they're not paying taxes. They're not. But if you made them citizens, you would make money.
Yeah. Well, it's not a popular view.
It's a stupid view.
Yeah.
It's stupid that we have these people and that they're permanent illegals.
Yeah.
And they will be here until they die illegally, and we know they're here. Like, how about work with what you've got? Look, you're doing your best to stop the border traffic. Great, fantastic. But listen, let's just forget about the past. These people are here. They're here and they're a part of our community. Like, how are you going to deny them citizenship till the day they die and they're still here?
Well, legal immigration, just like I went through, is hard enough.
Yeah, you gotta find some American lady. That shit's difficult.
Yeah, I get it. Yeah, I did. But it was a hard process. It's a difficult process.
And you speak fluent English.
Yes, that's another thing. I saw people in the line with me, that did not speak a lick of English, but they were from a country that had a quota. And great, they're fine.
Like Holland or some shit.
From a country that has a quota, so they're great. But you're not.
It's hard for Canadians, man. I have friends from Canada that have come over here to try to become citizens. Yeah. It's a fucking grind.
Yeah, and don't get me wrong, I love this country. I'm new here, and I like what I see. I don't like where it's going in some places.
What don't you like?
I don't like I left my country because I couldn't defend myself from the bad people out there.
The Second Amendment thing.
Second Amendment it's a beautiful thing. You have no idea how beautiful that thing is till you don't have an option to have it. That's one thing. I like the opportunities this country provides. I've had a lot of opportunities I would never get anywhere else. I like that you can actually work, and the work you put in matters here. I like how it's segmented and different. You go to Tennessee, and you meet people out there. They're great people. There's some people have preconceived notions of what some part of the countries are, but I've loved it. And then you go to California, and you meet people that are on the same boat as I was, and they forgot completely what Mexico is, and they're completely
Americanized,
and they're completely against you as a new person here.
Really?
Yeah.
So you find that like Americanized Mexicans or like second, third generation Mexicans,
the worst enemy of a Mexican is another Mexican. That's a classic.
What?
That's a classic. That's a classic Mexican saying. That's true.
That's a classic Mexican saying. Really?
Most of the negativity I got from being on your show the first time was from Latinos, specifically Mexican Latinos.
What was the negativity? What was their criticism?
When I talked about how Mexicans protested the caravans going through Tijuana and wrecking their city. That was viewed as an extreme to the right or conservative viewpoint, apparently.
Yeah, but that was a fact.
But apparently facts don't matter.
Oh, that's so silly. But that's people. That's a good example of people that are not there.
Yeah.
That are talking about it. You're not saying you didn't make a value judgment saying that those people coming through were protested by Mexicans needed to go back to wherever fucking rice paddy they come from. You didn't say any of that.
No. So this is what I saw when I talked about it. Because I experienced it. I was in TJ for a while when that was happening. Pirate Caravan goes through. Obviously, a lot of those guys were gang members. A lot of them were. Not all of them. A lot of them were. Covered in tattoos. It's pretty hot outside. Wearing hoodies. Cameras came by. The females and the children were being put in front, paraded in front of the media. To anybody that was there, you could see the circus that was going on. And then a lot of the camp encampments, they would litter the encampments with needles on the outside. One of them was next to a school that had to be closed down. A niece of mine had a kid in there, and the school had to be closed down because it was next to one of these encampments. They would protest and close down lanes. Those people that live in TJ, some of them are Americans and they commute, so that's affecting their livelihood. People that work on tourism in TJ, livelihood went down. So the fact that these people came in and disrupted all that whole thing, and then you would see these Californian, hippie American guys come down there and do puppet shows for these people, and hand over donations in the form of canned food, blankets, and stuff like that. And then you would see these guys go to the back door and sell all that stuff in the back and just get money for whatever they were going to use the money for. We would laugh at it, but it also, it's disheartening. Having that point of view online, because I started posting some of this stuff online for people. This is what's happening. And that was like, no, you're going against the narrative.
The narrative, yeah, the narrative, and the people that are talking about you going against the narrative have really no idea. They don't care about the truth. That's what's crazy.
The absolutist thing. So if you're against this caravan going through Tijuana and affecting you're probably a Trump supporter. That's and I'm like,
so simple.
I can't even vote up here yet. You don't have to be a full citizen to vote, so that it doesn't even factor in on.
God damn, it's so crazy. What else about America bothers you?
I think there's definitely this tendency in America that I see the youth in America. I have a weird mental comparison of seeing my nephews down there playing soccer, going out and getting into trouble, going to cockfights, which is probably pretty dangerous, but they go to cockfights, stuff like that. And I see kids up here on their tablet,
playing video games,
getting offended by something, Down there, you can still punch somebody in the face if they get into your face in school.
Up You're allowed to do that in school?
I mean, there's going to be some issues, but it's fine, There's still that, Up here, it's gone. All of that's gone. You're going to get into some issues. You're probably going to get out of school or something. You see this weird...
pussification of American children.
Safe spaces.
Yeah.
Don't say that. That's politically incorrect.
Pussification.
I don't know.
What's a good word for it? Come up with a politically correct word for that has just as much kick, and I'll use that. They can't. It doesn't exist. It's the pussification.
Yeah. I mean, and when I came up here, the first year I was up here, I saw the California gun laws change. I got to see the weird California compliant rifles come to the range, and you have to push a button to release the magazine.
Yeah,
and
make it more difficult to reload.
Yeah,
so strange.
Well, I mean, if I've never seen a California compliant gun in the hands of a criminal myself, right? So why are the good citizens following the law?
Yeah, the idea that you're just going to handicap law-abiding citizens, and that's going to somehow or another save lives in mass shootings. And here's the other thing about I'm waiting for this to happen, but it's just not happening. They're never addressing people using psychotropic drugs. They don't address that. All those school shooters, all those mass shooters are all on drugs.
Yeah.
They're all on some kind of psych drugs. And there's no mention of it whatsoever. What is the action of these things? It's all about the guns.
Yeah.
And the guns are a huge issue. I mean, the fact that these people who are fucked up, and that they have access and they can get access to these guns and they can wind up shooting people. Yes, that is one issue. Security is another issue. There's another issue, and that's mental health. And that to me is the biggest one, because without the mental health issue, you don't get mass shooters.
And that's an interesting thing when I get people in conversations about the violence in Mexico and perspective. Mexico cartel guys, go into a town and shoot up a bunch of people, and it's pretty horrible. But on the Mexican side, we only had one school shooting, a notable one, right? And it was mentally ill kid when he took a gun to school.
Right.
And as Mexicans, we look at what happens in the U.S. in schools, and we're horrified by it. That's completely horrific.
Isn't that amazing?
It's again, being on both sides. I'm just trying to figure things.
What about pharmaceuticals being prescribed to children in Mexico? Is it similar?
Not at all. Not at all. I mean, we're so behind in some instances as far as I didn't know about PTSD until I came up here, or TBI. Right?
Really?
Yeah, I didn't know anything about that.
When did you learn about TBI?
When I started talking about...
We should say what that is. Post-traumatic stress disorder and traumatic brain injuries for people.
I learned about it. I learned about it from talking to most of my Marine friends that were coming back from. They're like, Ed, what you're describing that you're feeling sounds like TBI. Really? Yeah. You should get yourself checked out. And then you go down there and things would happen and people would get, just drink, get a few days off, take a few shots of tequila, you're fine. Get back at it.
Well, that's the old school mentality. I mean, that's what they had to deal with in World War II and Vietnam. And
yeah. But you've got, when it comes to that, but mental health down in Mexico, there's it's not anywhere as far as medicating it. Kids, being diagnosed with things like autism. Autism is a thing that I only recently kind of heard about 15 years ago.
In Mexico?
In Mexico.
And what about antipsychotic drugs and all these different drugs that you're seeing that a lot of these school shooters are taking?
Yeah, in Mexico, it's not a thing. People think that it's pretty permissive in Mexico. They can get any drug if you pay somebody off. The thing is that a lot of these psychiatric level, they're not available down there. Where people, you can go to, and you're like, what do you want? No, this is not available here.
So it's not a part of the culture.
It's not a part. No.
Yeah, in America, it's such a huge part of the culture that people are constantly wanting to take something to take the edge off, or take something so they can feel better, or take something to alter their state, and the doctor will prescribe it to them. Yeah. And then the pharmaceutical drug companies are just raking in the cash from it, so it just becomes a part of reality.
Yeah.
This year for Father's Day, I really wanted to switch it up. I wanted to get something for my dad that I knew he would like, but that would also expand his whiskey knowledge. That's when I discovered Flaviar. The membership perks are incredible. They include rare and exclusive spirits that you probably never heard of. Flaviar will send you personalized spirit samples and a complimentary bottle. And as always, free shipping on everything.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
I think where you and I agree is that law and order needs to be reestablished. And one of the reasons why I think that it needs to be reestablished is there's a fire of consciousness. And this fire is you're allowed to loot and smash and steal, and people are doing that now. And I don't think they're doing it in the memory of George Floyd. And I think you got to put that fire out, because once you allow people to do it like de Blasio did in New York City and force the police to stand back, people know they can get away with it. I've seen some horrific things, people running over people with cars and smashing into buildings, and it's fucking madness. When madness happens, you have to crack down. You have to do something about it. That's where I support, whether it's the National Guard or if the police have the resources, use the police, but something has to be done. When you're saying like President Trump de-escalating on television, that is not going to do a goddamn thing about those kids smashing windows. It's not going to change their attitude. They're not watching the news. They're not paying attention. They know they have a very simplistic perspective. George Floyd, this is bad, Black Lives Matter, chaos, smash that window, take that shit. They're not going to say, hey, when Trump got on his knees, I was going to loot Gucci, but I'm not going to do that anymore. They're not thinking like that. There's fake bullshit on both sides.
Yeah,
but you've got to do something to stop the fire. You got to put that fire out. Then de-escalate. But first, the fire has to stop, because it's an obvious mob mentality thing. Because no one's ever seen this before. There was Santa Monica, was a guy running around with a gun, pointing it at people. People are driving into fucking people and knocking them over. It's crazy. It's not something that anyone expected 7 days ago.
And it is a sign of like a breakdown of a society.
It's
like
a perfect storm.
There's
The
no doubt about
despair from 3 months of not working is unprecedented. You've never had a time where, through no fault of your own, you are broke. You can't pay you for food, you can't pay your mortgage, you can't pay your rent, you're fucked, and there's no jobs to be had. It's not like there's anything these kids can go out and do to better their position. The amount of jobs that existed just 3 months ago, it's drastically reduced. So there are opportunities which are already slim to none. We're talking about people getting out of college in 2020, that how bad their economic opportunities are before all this, in comparison to the past.
How about if you're coming out of high school and aren't going to go to college? I mean, most people don't go to college.
Right.
And so
that's the people you're seeing smashing windows.
My only point is that the military is not a solution for that.
What is the solution, though?
Well, the solution is to actually do something about the material condition, ultimately.
No. But right now, the solution about the fire, how do you put out the fire? Because there's a fire. When these people are smashing windows all down Fifth Avenue, that's a fire.
Right, but I think where we view it differently is that, in my view, the aggressive tactics that the police have used have only made that worse.
No, we agree on that.
Right, and so my view is, if you bring in the military, first of all, I think we are getting far too comfortable, and this is partly part of the perfect storm with the pandemic. Like, we've become very comfortable with all these extreme limitations on our actions, behavior, wearing the masks in public, which creates a level of anonymity. Like, all of that goes into this. So when we have a curfew imposed of 1 p.m. or 5 p.m. or 6 p.m., we're just good to go with that. But that should be taken in and of itself very seriously as an infringement on First Amendment rights.
I agree.
So my point is that if you bring in the military, it is frightening in terms of our liberties, our ability to protest, our First Amendment rights, which are incredibly important, and I think ultimately only leads to additional violence.
Yeah, well, I think we're going around in circles here, because I agree with you on all those things. And I am 100% in support of the people protesting.
Right.
People that are walking down the street with signs about George Floyd and Black Lives Matter, I'm 100% in favor of that. It's the looting. So how do you stop the looting? You've got to do something to stop the looting. If you don't stop the looting, it is going to fucking continue.
Well, stop focusing on tear gassing protesters and start focusing on protecting stores.
I don't think so. Because they started tear gassing protesters after the looting. After all that shit got crazy, that's when they started cracking down on the protest. I think it's a mistake, because I don't think they're connected. I think the people that are doing all the looting and the smashing are not the people that are peacefully protesting. And there's a ton of videos of people who are screaming. There's one video of this girl who's yelling at these girls in front of a Starbucks that are spray painting Black Lives Matter. It's an African-American girl, and these white girls are spraying. She's like, why the fuck are you doing that?
They're going to blame us.
They're going to blame us. Exactly.
I mean,
she's white.
That's a huge part of this whole thing, which is that there's just upper middle class white liberalism and their inability. I mean, just there's a whole element of white guilt and so much more. There's an entire industrial complex set up to make white people and upper middle class white people in particular feel uncomfortable condemning looting and violence in this particular scenario, even though everybody agrees with you, Joe. I mean, pretty much everybody is like, yeah, protests are fine, looting is bad.
Protests are great.
Right, and what happened to George Floyd was fucked up. That's like 1, 2, 3. 95% of people in this country would agree with something like that. And so that's why I think that I mean, look, that shows you that there is, again, a political way to be forged here, which is like you said, nobody thinks that nobody was defending George Floyd. No one.
What has been interesting is that these riots have not just been in the poor neighborhood or in the black neighborhood. I mean, they have been I think that's part of why people are so freaked out, is they've been sort of intentionally in the wealthy parts of town, is part of what makes it so unsettling for everyone across the board. And so, look, my only point is, yes, looting bad, violence bad, absolutely, all of that. But you can't imagine that the military is an answer to the situation that led to this.
I don't know what the answer is, but when people see the chaos and the randomness of it all, that's what's really frightening.
Yeah.
When people saw what was happening in Minneapolis as a direct result of a bad cop killing a man that was handcuffed and not a threat whatsoever, then people say, okay, I get these people.
Right.
But then when you see them smashing windows at Beverly Hills, you're like, what the fuck does this have to do with George Floyd?
Yeah.
Like, what is going on here, and how are you justifying this, and they're not?
But that's the thing, is it's not just one bad cop, or even just policing, right? I mean, let's remember, right? It wasn't just one bad cop. There were 3 other guys just standing around.
100%, that has nothing to do with Louis Vuitton.
Sure, but what I'm saying is that's why this spread across the country, is because the grievances aren't specific. That was the flashpoint, but the grievances are not just specific to that one thing.
Marches and protests, not smashing the windows of Target. And they did a Target right down the street from here. Like, what the fuck does that have to do with anything? It has to do with nothing. It has to do with lawlessness. It has to do with people taking advantage of the situation and escalating. Also, it's probably exciting.
Yeah.
People
are bored.
Locked up and bored as fuck, and now all of a sudden they got something. Look, it is in many ways similar to war, and this is why. Because when people they have a real cause, and when war is going on, there's a lot of people that I know that have served overseas. And one of the hard, kind of scary truths is it's some of the best times of their life.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And I have Sebastian Younger wrote a great book about it called Tribe. Mm-hmm. It's a fantastic book that really gets into the psychology of it. And, this is a guy who was over there for long periods of time as a journalist. When you are involved in this and you feel like you're fighting the good fight and you're like, fuck corporate America, but you're fucking 20 years old, you believe that shit.
Yeah.
My friend Bridget Fetisi, she's a brilliant writer and she's really hilarious, and she was talking about some papers that she found that she wrote when she was 24. And she was like, I was reading, I was like, holy fuck, like, I was so dumb. She was like, I was such a radical. She was like, I was like AOC. I sounded like AOC. But I'm looking back at it now as a grown-ass woman going, what the fuck was I doing? What was I thinking? I think that's what you're dealing with a lot of these idealistic kids. They think they're going to tear it all down and burn it to the ground, but they don't know where their cell phone comes from. They don't know who makes their sneakers. They don't know what it costs to keep the electricity on. They have no shoe in the game.
I don't know. But a lot of those young people, though, I mean, look, what has their life been? And they're graduating from high school,
Yes.
they're graduating from college. They know very well what the cost is and what the rent is and what it looks like for them in their life going forward. And that's exactly where that hopelessness and nihilism comes from.
There's a great video, and I've talked about this before, but I'll say it again, of a sheriff from Flint, Michigan, talking to these people and saying, "Look, I'm going to put the baton down. We're gonna march with you."
But see, you asked what the answer is. That is the answer, as opposed to military, because that and what did that lead to? That de-escalated. That led to less violence. Like
but
that
that's
is the
not
approach.
looting.
Right, that doesn't
That's
stop.
not while there's looting. He's meeting these peaceful protesters.
Of that approach, rather than crack down tear gas, rubber bullets, in this
100%.
contentious us versus them, and the militarization, all of that. That approach led to less violence.
I agree with you, but all that approach, the crackdown, tear gas, happened after the looting. That's the impetus for it. It's not like they saw these people protesting, they're just going to start shooting tear gas into the first people protesting.
But we have seen that.
But that's not what we saw here. That's not what we saw here. The first people we saw were burning down things in Minneapolis, and they allowed that. And as Sagar was talking about, like that's really where it all took place. Seeing people get away with shit like that is like, okay, now there's a fire of the mind.
Yeah.
And that fire needs to be put out.
But people understand this in a war context, right? Like free fires, like that's why we have very strong rules of engagement. Like people understand that the way the psychology of taking on this can happen, and that Minneapolis looting, that Target, it was a beacon. It was a message to any of these shitheads that you're talking about. Like, hey, we can get away with this. And then night after night after night after night. That's how Fifth Avenue. I mean, you saw, I'm sure, the same videos I did. You had organized gangs, like people with getaway cars, lookouts posted on the corner, all of that. Where's the NYPD?
Right.
I mean, that is that breakdown is a very precious thing. And this is, on the riots front. I mean, look, Baltimore, 2015, they had these level of riots. What happened? Massive economic destruction. But worse than that is that police and many of the others took a much more risk-averse approach to the way that they were going in that community. The community's screaming for police, specifically for this reason, which is that in the aftermath, we know from many of these riots, from the MLK times and after Baltimore, it caused massive economic destruction to these cities. It is not a noble thing to allow this to continue. It's actually your job as a city. I mean, there's a whole movement. I mean, underground, nobody wants to say this. A lot of people don't want to live in cities now because of what happened. First of all, I live in an 800 square foot apartment. You know how fucking terrible it is to be locked down in an 800 square foot apartment, and the only thing you do is go to the grocery store and you can't go out to eat or do anything. And now I've got shit being blown up in the streets a couple blocks from my house. I don't really know if that's the city life is all that enticing.
Get up there with Crystal out.
Yeah, I need to go out.
Get your internet from the sky.
Get you on Twitter, too.
There's a lot of people who are thinking that, which is hey, fuck this. Why am I paying all this rent to live in a soulless box and then maybe get, maybe have my shit get broken?
Working.
Angelina Jolie, director of the new film, It's Great Unbroken. But first, I want to apologize.
At Full Sail, we take a unique approach to teaching the art of filmmaking. Our students work on projects designed around the industry. We provide our students with tools to create stunning films anywhere in the world. We're helping emerging filmmakers find their focus.
Deja.
Una vez pruebas la aventura todo terreno, quieres más y quieres lo mejor. Consíguelo con Polaris. La suspensión todo terreno más avanzada de la industria se ajusta automáticamente para absorber los golpes y amortiguar los saltos. Polaris, think outside.
God. Command, do you read me? Hello? We read you, team lead. We've lost Noah. He's, in the wall. This thing just came through. Looked kind of like a man, but with some spatial anomalies surrounding it. He'd warped the building as it passed by, and Noah got too close. We have no way of knowing what else is in here. Everything we've seen so far has been impossible to predict. I don't even know if we can get back if we wanted to. None of the other teams have they? That is correct. Honestly, whatever happens down here can't be any worse than whatever we'd see on our way back. It probably doesn't make a difference.
Affirmative. Team lead, we are preparing another unit to evac you in the event that you reach the survivors. Insertion time is in 4 hours. But remember, you'll be experiencing time differently down there.
You're sending another task force in here? What idiots volunteered for that gig?
Samsara.
Oh. Well, if anyone can handle this, it's them. Hang on, is that? Oh my God, it is. What is it? It's Bobble the Clown.
What? What do you want?
Jesus. My name is Carter Ross. I'm an agent with the... Actually, hang on. Who are you?
You're different. You smell different. You know I can smell you, even from here. But you're not like them. They went to great lengths to figure that out. They do. They know. They will know.
You're Bobble the Clown, yeah?
They had a number for me once, when I was bobbled. But your friends didn't like the number. They said we identified with the numbers. I am not bobbled, but I am a thing that used to be bobbled. You're not what you're supposed to be, gun buddy. You don't match the air in here. You're out of place. Just like I am. Just like we are.
What happened here?
Daddy Emerson played a tricky little game with the strings of the universe. He walked on them like a tightrope, and he was surprised when he fell. Tricky little Emerson didn't just want boxes. No, no, no. He wanted boxes full of ideas. Ideas like pain, horror, and death. He worked very hard to stack those boxes on his string and broke the whole thing. And we all came tumbling down on him.
How many other entities are in here? What else do you know?
How many entities were swallowed by Site 13? If the Foundation could find it and the Coalition could catch it, it was fed into the meat grinder down here. Everything. They munched us all, even if there was nothing to gain. Some got lucky, stuffed in a funny box and played with, toyed with, experimented with, to see what sounds we made when we wanted to die. Bobble got lucky, others were not so lucky.
Chief, I'm picking something up in the radio. I think it's the survivor signal. We must be getting close. All right, let's keep moving.
Have fun, boys. Don't let the dead bugs bite. Oh, and if you see Daddy Emerson, you can ask for me.
Command, do you read me?
Houston, we read you. Are you all right?
Oh, thank God. We've been trying to reach you forever. Yeah, we found the survivors. We're looking at 10, maybe 15 people. We found some other agents of ours, too. A few mole rats, and the guy from the Travelers. They all ended up down here.
Are you prepared to evac?
Yeah, so that's not going to happen the way I think we want it to. Not currently. It's a whole lot worse here than we anticipated, Command. I don't know how they ever locked some of this stuff up, but nearly every single containment cell is broken open. We keep hearing things down the hallways nearby. I think whatever is out there is looking for us. If they find us, we don't have the bullets to keep them down, let alone get these people out.
Where's Ross?
He's been trying to get some defense ready with the others. In case something comes for us tonight. It's not looking good. I don't know if you guys have a backup plan, but we'll take any ideas.
How long have you been down there?
Maybe 3 days.
Affirmative. Apollo 3 team, be advised that we are activating and inserting Tau 5 for rescue and recovery.
Thank God. Tell them to hurry.
Voyage. What does that mean? Nothing good. There's something below us. It's huge, covered in other people's blood, reaching up toward us. These are like fingers. They all communicate back to the host. That bring me a leech. What? You're kidding. No, bring me one. They're telepathic. They're communicating that way. I need a leech. Peculiar. Here.
This is Jennifer. Jennifer's only 29. She's planted her dream job. Want to know how she did it? First, she went.
There. Let's see. They heard the incinerator activate there. They're hungry. They're coming up here to eat. A lot of them. The host is down below, but I can't see that far down. If I look at the neutral activity of the entire network of entities, I can map out the areas they're in. Let me see if I can do something with that. There we go. You should have it on your retinas.
Clever, but it seems too distorted to be a map.
Ongoing topographical changes means that despite the changes in the structure of the site, it's all still located within our local reality. It's just unstable.
Do we know where this thresher device is?
Probably something to do with this section here. If you follow a logical structural design plan based on the evidence provided in this map, there should be a whole extra wing here. But there aren't any of the leeches down that way. Yes, I can see a conduit running to that area. That's where the thresher machine is. The survivors are in there.
Which is the fastest path?
The last one is the fastest.
Alright, that's the one we'll take then.
A shame. Here I thought we'd be shooting leeches.
You'll have plenty of chances to on our way out, I'm sure. We need to get these people out quickly. Does it feel to you like the leeches are trying to get to the wing where the survivors are?
Yes, there's plenty of blood in this site, but not all of it is still warm. They'll be coming for them soon. I am having difficulty.
You civilians need to get to the far end of this room. As far as it goes, just keep running. Arantu, go with them. Fire at anything that comes out of that wall. Enru, you stay with me. This is going to get pretty messy. Team Lead, this is Site Command. Do you read us?
Yes, I do. It's really bad at right now, Command. We're going to need all the help we can get.
Copy. We're marking the extraction.
Wait, Daisy, go get him. Go get him.
And I use career services work really hard to help me get a job.
You've got to have dreams. Independence University.
Education online or better life offline.
For the ones we trust to always be there. For the ones we care for others.
In the howling temple of the Blackwood's light, 5 brave fools came in the night. The first gave flesh, the second gave stone, the third gave the power to move when a wound, the fourth gave life, power to heal, the fifth gave nothing, rain paused, and he blinked. My eyes are starting to burn again. I need to blink. Where did I stop cleaning? Who was to my right? I need to turn and check out my blood. Yeah, that thing. It's just spray paint, right? Yeah, it's like fucking scared towards candy. Honestly, it's the same.
Bullshit!
Spray paint. I can't see though. Imagine being scared. That's why it's down here. It's not the whole story. In that case, the time I get on the structure.
Shut up, man. This is serious. Don't distract us. Well, Little Humor never killed anyone, but he's got a point. Randall is over there doing his best to clean the blood and feces off the floor, so I can't blame him for being in a foul mood. We just did this the other week. Why didn't they get drones to come in here and clean? I swear, they trick us into doing degrading and unsafe things just for the power trip. The smell alone is enough to make you want to run out of here. But add the statue to that. I gotta blink. Clear. Well, in a few minutes it'll be my turn to mop. I sure relish that. It's so much harder to imagine fantasy beginnings to this nightmare when I'm mopping up feces. How does this thing even make this mess in here? See, that's why I guessed that there was some organic element to this concrete freak. It's not supposed to be able to bleed or drop solvents. This is just another one of those mysteries. Things they say they can't explain. I can't turn all the way to look, but from what I can see, Randall didn't do the greatest job in his area. I'm gonna have to pick it up. What? No. God, I looked. It wasn't even for... Randall dropped his mop. It got Will. I only looked for a split second. My God, it's just instinct. It's instinct. How the hell was it already on its way to me? Why? What does this thing have to gain from snapping our necks? Why did it have to do that to Will? My God, this cursed thing is beyond reason. Beyond messed up. I just want to cut those stupid rebar arms off and beat it with them. I guess this is the fight response kicking in. How? Why would anyone create something like this? Why does it get to choose who lives or dies? I've been in this horrible freak factory for almost a year. I've seen a lot of terrible things. I've survived through it all. And still, I feel its eyes judging me. Yeah, sure. I've done some horrid things to get here. Is any of this worth it? I had my reasons. I did what I had to do. I paid my dues. I've paid my dues. Mom, it just... Will... What the hell's wrong with you, Leo? Man just died in front of you. Partially because you couldn't keep your eyes on this thing. Have some decency. My mind feels pierced by its gaze. I think I understand. My eyes burn, and there are tears starting to trickle down my cheeks. I can't blink now. Not yet. When did it get so hot in here? It's not staring into your soul because it wants to kill. It sees the irony of it all. The irony of you. Life is chaos. It's a struggle from the day you're born. You're just flailing through time until you reach the bottom of a hole. And then it's over. And then you're gone. And then you're forgotten. You okay, man? I gotta blink. I almost envy him, you know. He doesn't have any reason to be scared anymore. Not of the sculpture, not of anything. God knows there are a lot of things in this building to be afraid of. What are you talking about? You're jealous of Will.
I raised my credit score by 8 points instantly. 19 points. Spirit boost is easy, it's fast, it saves me money, and it boosts my credit score.
He was new too, full of hope. Even if he was a nervous wreck, he probably never grasped how messed up this whole place is. Come on, you can't tell me you don't want out of this. We're just as trapped as the sculpture is right now. We're the ones holding it still, keeping it captive. And all it wants to do is set us free. Isn't that cruel, Randall? Of course I want to get out. We've talked about this before. You know none of us are thrilled to be here. But it's an opportunity to help ourselves and help other people. That's why I signed up. And so did you. But seriously, man, I need to blink. That was a long time ago. I've seen a lot of dangerous stuff in these windowless buildings. Honestly, I think life would be a lot easier to live if I never knew about any of it. Anyway, I'm not talking about the Foundation. Yeah, we've all seen dangerous stuff. That's kind of the gig. And shouldn't we call somebody in here to get Will? And we need more than 2 pairs of eyes on this thing. It's awfully close to you already. It's making me nervous. Plus, there's a dead man on the floor. Frankly, you're not helping either. Where's all this nonsense coming from, Leo? Don't you see, Randall? The irony of it all. It doesn't want to kill people. It wants to set them free.
protect ourselves. But this thing, it's completely at our mercy. We're at the mercy of the world. This irony can't be going over your head, right?
Leo, dude, I'm not sure what's going on with you, but I need to blink. Like, right now. Are you good?
He doesn't understand. He never will. Too bad. This freedom that we have, the power to give each other, it's a mercy that too many people see as an act and as a thing to run from.
Leo!
I need to blink too. Tears are streaming down my face. I feel them merging with the beads of sweat sneaking downwards over my jawline, onto my neck. I'm not laughing anymore. Clear. Oh, it feels good to smile again. The sculpture's eyes are unmoving. Eyes that shouldn't be real. I see you too, man. I really see you now. I mean, it's just paint. Right?
Thanks for watching. If you enjoyed this animation, please consider liking the video and subscribing to our channel. And if you'd like to help support us further, check out our SCP merch store and our Patreon page. You can find both links in the description below. All these wonderful people on screen are pledged to us. We are very grateful. And all these wonderful people are our highest donors. Thank you all so much for helping make these videos a reality. Anyways, stay safe out there. We'll see you all next week. A new moment in wireless has begun. T-Mobile and Sprint are joining forces by bringing together our two networks. T-Mobile will build America's largest and most reliable 5G network. More towers, more engineers, more coverage. You'll get the best 5G network and the best price.
What do you cure exactly?
Excuse me.
It's a simple question. You're a plague doctor. What is the plague you cure? A seeker of truth, an ill-verbal studies. So, what do you cure exactly?
Pestilence.
Of course. You always say the pestilence, like it's some brand truth. If it was so self-evident, why isn't everyone asking the same question?
I do not know. Pestilence is responsible for more death and destruction than any other disease afflicting this world.
Right. But you can't tell me what it is, can you?
I do not feel the need to do so.
You can't. If you could, you would have. Or you'd have told someone else. But not once have you named your boogeyman anything other than the pestilence. Of course, I have my own theory, which seems to be more than you have.
I do not have the time nor the inclination to lecture with whoever you are. I must return to my experiment.
Your experiments will still be there when I'm done learning about you. But since we're talking about that, why do you kill me?
I do not. I cure them of the great pestilence.
No, you kill people. Let's be clear about that. Though you've killed many less since the Foundation put you into a box.
The pestilence is swiftly eradicated. The doctors, the guards, the infection.
You know what? I think it's free will. I mean, it could be life itself. It could even be an actual disease, one that only you can see. But I guess it's free will.
Do not understand.
Oh, you yourself and have to excise it, cut it out, and never return to it. Tell me, why did you kill Dr. Hal? He was your friend.
My actions do not need to be explained. He was infected.
He was thinking about retiring. His daughter was about to go off to college and he wanted to take some time off. Maybe put it down. You killed him as soon as he stopped blindly following orders, as soon as he chose something that his superiors at the Foundation didn't choose for him.
It's 120, BP's 140 over 90. Hectic first day. Earning my nursing degree online. Flexibility fits my life. Prepare for situations like this.
Oh, day one. Virginia University home.
Oh!
To see him is a life better than any he could hope for. Stricken as he was with the pestilence, I have always done what must be done without regard for my personal feelings. Raven down.
Moped bro.
You are confused.
I'm not confused. I was there when you were made.
What?
Things like you, they crop up in the dark places where I can't always look. But it was sunny that day. Hot. The stink carried for miles.
I don't.
Stop. These questions and interruptions are becoming a nuisance. If you are so hopelessly confused, I'll show you.
LJD, got a minute? I feel like our little enterprise is doing well, but it could
This is you before you became a monster. It's subtle. Watch closely. The moment you chose to change is coming up.
Dang.
He's sick, carrying the same thing that's killing everyone else in your village. He's come here to make some money off the dying and the dead, but he's about to join them. And look at you, so different back then. Far more selfless, more giving. Watch this. He's about to die, and you're about to make a decision. He knows he's infected. He knows he's putting you at risk. He doesn't know you're immune. A quirk of genetics that you probably still wouldn't understand makes you one of the luckiest members of your generation. If you were almost anyone else, you'd be dead in less than a week. Instead, you have an idea. You're going to make some money. You're going to feed your family off a farce. You ride the horse, carrying death with you as you go, castle to castle, town to town, village to village, house to house. Well, go on. Have you any comments on all this?
People require remedies. The pestilence is still not cured.
Yes. Those are the thoughts you're developing on this journey. You pass by hundreds of people, and at some point they stop being people to you. They become bodies. But at last, you've made a grand circuit. You are home. You have enough money to last several lifetimes. You and your family will never go hungry again. And this is when you started to lose your will to go on. They're in that town. Your family is in there, aren't they? Your wife, your daughter. You walked into the house without a thought for your own safety. Perhaps you'd already abandoned your desire for self-preservation. The smell of rotten flesh was overpowering, and you found your wife there, laying dead on the floor. Chunks had been taken out of her arms and legs. Animals.
Stop.
You left them here to fend for themselves. No warning. You couldn't take the risk. This is what the money bought you. You were petrified by grief, shedding tears no one could see out of the mask, the veil of what you had chosen to become. Then a noise in a dark corner of the house stirred you from your sorrow.
Why are you showing me this?
So you know
Oh, can you stop giving me freaking Spanish ads?
As you saw in her face, covered in blood. She's just like you. Shares your quirk. She couldn't get sick.
And she was better off for it. She was the one pure thing remaining. Why should the rest of the world be like her?
It's your mission to rid the world of the bubonic plague.
I don't know what that is. No. That's not. Have you heard what I've been telling you this whole time?
Yes, the pestilence.
I would have thought a man who asks such questions would be able to grasp the importance of my work. On finding the cure. But now I see he made a killing with it instead.
You find me quite useless as a subject. What you perceive as genius, these thoughts too complex for anyone but yourself to comprehend, is simply tunnel vision. I understand now. There are dark places that even I cannot see, and things like you come out of that darkness. I was wrong. My fascination with you appears to be completely unwarranted. You've never once made a choice that was yours. You're just an echo of a man.
Hey, stop right there.
Thank you all for watching the video. And thank all these people on screen.
Give me
for
that
supporting
18
the
year
Patreon.
boy.
If you want your name on this list, check out our Patreon page in the description below. And if you want to see your name on this list, pledge to clearance level 4 or 5. Gia, Rio, Martin, Blake, Michael, Pumpkin Pyromaniac, and that saxophone guy are our highest donors. Thank you all for helping make these videos possible. Last but not least, I want to give a special thank you to the Vulcan for guest starring in this episode. I'm sure most of you in the SCP community have probably already heard of him, but if you haven't, make sure to go check out his channel. Again, you can find the link in the description below. See you guys next week. With her right hand pressed against cold steel, Dr. Kowalski guided herself through the darkness. Her steps forward were apprehensive shuffles. She had a sleeping mask over her eyes, but she found herself wishing she had brought a gas mask as well. No one ever told her what this thing smelled like, but no one who got this close to it lived to tell. Once, when Danielle Kowalski was a young child, she was afraid to go in the ocean. Her mother had warned her about stingrays, and the fear of stepping on one had put her off swimming for more than a few years. Her father, though, he believed people should be forced to face their fears. He taught her how to feed so the stingrays would know she was coming, and they'd just swim away. Dr. Kowalski wondered if her father would have regretted teaching her to be brave if he had ever known the career path that bravery had opened up for her. She could hear it now. Its labored breath that seemed a mix of a whimper and a death rattle. She desperately hoped not to accidentally touch it. Another step forward.
Either Dr. Kowalski was close enough to feel the heat of its breath, or the tension was setting her blood on fire. The instant camera in her left hand was unwieldy. She hoped she didn't drop it because she wouldn't dare try to pick it back up. Snap. But no flash. If she could see the flash, then she'd be in real danger. This kind of stingray doesn't swim away. The process was painfully slow. Step forward, step back. Turn the camera up, turn it down. On this day, this particular site was receiving its first official visit from the Federal Bureau of Investigation. After Japan, after the Foundation fell under the spotlight of every journalist on the planet, the world was surely about to change. With no hope of ever having something so useful as Dr. Bright's amulet, the photograph she had taken would have to suffice.
You've wasted an hour of my time already, Dr. Kowalski. I'm sure you know what the next part of an interrogation consists of, due to your former line of work. So I would think it to be in your best interest if you would stop feigning ignorance and tell me where the SCP-610 specimens are stored. You were the senior researcher on that project, you know.
The uninvited man who spoke these words inside Dr. Kowalski's apartment had burned through 3 cigarettes since the interrogation had begun. Yes, her life was in danger, but she couldn't help feel most upset about the fact that the smell of his smoke was going to sink right into her furniture and carpet. Her eyes had been turned downward through most of this. It wasn't that she couldn't look a man in his eyes and lie. She was quite effective at doing that well. She just didn't think he was worthy of it. This man, who introduced himself as Agent O'Brien, liked to smile. He carried the demeanor of a battle-hardened general and looked the part. Short gray hair, a square jaw, and a tall build. His patience for the former Foundation researcher was waning too, though the 2 masked lackeys he brought along kept as still as statues, waiting and watching.
Let me ask you, Agent O'Brien, have you been so busy trying to find me that you haven't even kept up with the news? Does the Berlin Accords against weaponized anomalies ring a bell for you, asshole?
O'Brien stared past her glasses, past her icy blue eyes. He stared straight through her. Then he commanded one of his underlings. Hold her arm. The masked man moved forward and grabbed Kowalski's wrist. O'Brien seized the middle finger of her left hand in the base and drove the thinnest knife he had under her polished fingernail. Kowalski flailed a bit, trying not to scream. But she did. And her heart raced as she knew this would be much, much worse.
The Kremlin hasn't ratified it yet, so I don't think the Senate will be too keen on doing that either. Let me be clear. The Russians have everything they need to weaponize that skin disease all around Lake Baikal. You don't think it's reasonable for the United States government to want to understand what could be used against us? Hell, I don't care what you think we're going to do with it. I want those specimens.
When Kowalski had finally caught her breath and stifled her urge to scream out in pain again, she pointed to her bedroom in her unharmed hand.
A bottom left drawer manila envelope.
O'Brien nodded to his men, who in less than a minute had noisily ransacked the room and returned with a manila envelope just as the researcher promised. O'Brien grabbed the envelope for a look inside. His satisfaction quickly faded.
What are these?
He began littering the floor with photographs. Now Kowalski would definitely keep her eyes turned up. O'Brien paused before discarding one, just long enough to have a good, long look.
I don't think this ugly guy with the twisted jaw has anything to do with what I asked you for.
Angry, he put on his latest cigarette on Kowalski's neck. She gasped as the agonizing burn momentarily left her breathless.
Let me tell you a story, because I think your foundation sure thought they were powerful hiding in the shadows. But I'd like to explain to you why you're wrong.
He pulled up a chair from her kitchen table and sat down across from her.
Yeah.
Kowalski would endure whatever tale this tool wanted to spew. was a DEA agent in Colombia, the late 80s. Part of the team hunting down Pablo Escobar. I had a narco in custody, and this little guy was every bit as uncooperative as you are now. He kept repeating, "Do you know who you're messing with?" He thought his cartel was all that. He insisted they owned all the law enforcement in Colombia, that they were the ones who ran Medellin. So I asked him, "If you run the city, why do you bury your money? Why do you have to smuggle your drugs? Surely," I said, "if you're in charge, you'd peddle your supply out in the open. You wouldn't tuck your guns." And I pulled out mine and shot him in his kneecap. And as he bled all over the police station floor, I told him, "That's power. I don't hide my gun. It's right here for you to see." Doctor, your foundation hid in the shadows, but let me make it abundantly clear for you. The power was always ours. Your anomalies belong to us. Your research belongs to us. Your life belongs to us. So one more time, I'm going to ask you what you did with the 610 specimens. Because the next finger of yours I take my knife to is coming off.
Sir, I think there's something outside. The sound of a small stampede can be heard approaching. Dr. Kowalski smiled and looked her captor in the eye.
Want to see real power, O'Brien?
What in the name of... After a few minutes of pandemonium and agony, it was quiet again. Eyes still shut tight. She felt her way to the front door. So much blood had soaked her carpet. Every step she took made a sloshing sound. Never mind the cigarette smoke. The smell of what just occurred would never come out either.
Run along now, 096. There are worse monsters in this world than you.
Hey everyone. We at SCP Animated just want to say thank you again for watching our videos every week. The support everyone in this community has shown over the last couple months has been absolutely incredible. And we want to give a very special thank you to those that decided to donate to our Patreon page. We understand that times are hard financially for a lot of people right now. So we are unbelievably appreciative for every dollar pledged to us, especially these patrons, who are our highest donors this month. Blake, Michael, Rio, that saxophone guy, thank you so much. For those that haven't checked out the Patreon page yet, you can find the link in the description below. There are 5 different membership levels, all with unique perks, including sneak peeks at future episodes, exclusive Discord invites, and access to vote on which SCP will appear in upcoming videos. Also, make sure to tune in next week. Our episode is featuring a very special guest star. Thanks for watching. Stay safe, and I'll see you guys next week.
I'm James, and your face is your moneymaker. But what you put on it says a lot about you. I'm James, and these are William Painters. Did you know $5 sunglasses and the $500 designer brands are made from the same cheap plastic? Plastic like beach toys, party cups, and Mardi Gras beads. Plastic. William Painters are the finest sunglasses ever made, and the last pair you'll ever need. But most importantly, they're gonna look great on you. So you only get one face, and they'd be honored to sit on it. Listen, we didn't reinvent the wheel. We just took the classic styles you already love, then used state-of-the-art materials and the highest quality polarized lenses. Can you wear them with everything? Of course you can. You'll look good when you're being fancy, when you're getting dirty, traveling abroad, and when you're saving lives. He's gonna make it. titanium. The cab should be with you very soon.
What's your destination? Okay, let's go. Okay, relax.
You calling for some wheels? I'm Johnny on the spot. I'll hook you up. I'll bring it by.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, this is Boobies, and welcome back to another GTA 5 online video. Today, I'll be teaching you how to make passive income the correct way that no one knows about. And by the end of this video, I'm sure you will have learned something you didn't know about before. The first thing you'll need is a bunker. You can choose whichever one you want, as they only differ in location, but I personally recommend buying one in Chumash. It's not too expensive. It's quite close to Los Santos, sitting on a highway. This way, when you go to the city, you will definitely. It'll be a much shorter distance than if you were selling from Toledo Bay. There'll be options to choose the bunker style, add personal quarters, a shooting range, a gun locker, and some miniature cars. The only necessary option will be to add personal quarters, and it allows you to spawn it.
stay in the same lobby for longer and stay tuned for this video. So let's get the video going. The first thing you have to do is basically go to the pose menu and open up graphic settings. When you go to the graphic setting, you will see that option called pose on basically focus laws. And what this, you have to make sure that you turn this on.
So let's jump right into this.
I don't know. Bro, like, what do you want? What are you doing to my house? Excuse me.
This will be ticked. You're going to have to untick that, okay? And then get a screen. After 60 minutes, so this won't matter. I just like to put up there. You're going to want to go to power and starter. Okay, you want to turn off or restart. You're going to go to power mode.
Stop the cat. Train. It's worth any price. What happens when man's best friend becomes dinner? Eating Dog, the reality cooking show that will have you cooking in final in all new delicious ways. It's Wow Wow Chow, Dude Eat Dog on CNT.
Welcome to Los Santos, the city of soy, sand, and soy like from Kansas Starlets and Vine to the game bangers of Davis and Strawberry, and Terracels and Chumash to the drunken tourists of Del Perro Pier. It's time to take a look inside this cesspit, destroyed dreams, drug addict degenerates, and polluted desperados that make up this great city of lights. Hi. I've decorated FIB agent Stephen Haynes. The FIB, Police Department, and Sheriff's Office are fighting the war out here every day. In a city where dreams too often become wet with tears. The Los Santos Dogs. This is where it all begins. The second largest port in the world. The Great Orifice of American capitals. Stuff coming in, garbage going out. And hitting 2 million containers a day. God only knows. The cartels pay off some low-level schlub, and suddenly you've got military-grade weapons, battery peppers in the left, and grade A yayo from Mexico flooding our streets. And once it hits the hood, it's anarchy. A sign of murder will rise. Or maybe the Chinese are slipping some of our high-security weapon systems in with the recycling, bringing up our national security for nothing. Who knows? Who cares? As long as the financial party continues. We'll just keep getting up faces. A word for the wise kids. If you never use PCP, it makes you want to punch cocks, run around naked, not necessarily always in that order. Most of the time, this illicit cargo makes it straight to the game. But sometimes, ordinary Joe lets go and loses his shit after a pipe or two of pleasure dust. Bloodthirsty Chicanos with predilections for pink, pine juice, and spicy plantains. They're one of the largest Mexican street gangs in the city, with rumored connections to several major mafias. Well, half the battle out here is fought with guns. The other half is with informants. Sometimes you need to become the bad guys to bust the bad guys. Let's go. Lawless and the families are shooting each other. They're selling the dope that the junkies are shooting into their veins. The families love sports almost as much as they love fame. Flashy, arrogant, competitive, and aggressive, they are lifelong bitter enemies of the boss. Wearing the colors of the fuse or the quarters, the families call themselves Gang Green. Of course, like all families, they love good squabble. Subdivided into sets, such as the Chamber of Gangsters from Carson Avenue set. It turns out the families love shooting each other almost as much as they love shooting balls. Now, the LSPD have had many run-ins with various family sets over the years. With the Lawless, the FIB take a more community outreach approach. Hey, guys! Stay out of trouble now! Look, Mike! Now, the Lawless fly the colors of the Los Santos panic or the wars. Purple. Because they are the bruise on the face of this city. While some thugs obviously prefer four wheels, other desperados prefer two. Leather, socks, and drugs. No, the exotic Hessian party. These are one of the nation's toughest outlaw motorcycle gangs. The Lawless. Rumors are they've been issued tattoo for every person they stab. And it's definitely okay for your motorcycle mama to show her breast to her friends. The FIB has been tracking the Lawless for years. We jump from coast to coast, and it's been more time in the Midwest than a tornado spot. When they're not put up in a conference like this, so stuff I hear and dangerous news running on the streets called toilet cleaner. And believe me, your toilet will be cleaned after you smoke some. Of course, fine wood means fine wood. It's not all about letting dudes trying to show off other motorbikes or pointing at gangbangers stuck in some 90s time warp. This is the town that made mass murder into nostalgia. Of course, to become truly popular, your murder has to be both unsolved and gruesome. In a town full of alien spotters, adults dressed as zombies, and entertainers dressed as cartoon characters, it takes something particularly.
Oh God. I gotta get out of the house. Willowbrook. What are you talking about?
Our next guest is a regular on Breaking Bad and his comedy DVD, Can a Brother Get Some Love? Comes out on August 16th. Give it up for the very funny Lil.
You scared me, puppy. You scared me. You scared me, little baby. You scared me. You scared me. Oh my goodness. Oh, okay, Coco. Ow, ow, Coco. Come here, baby, please. Oh, I miss my babies. Get him, Coco! Get him! Get him, Coco! Get him! Get him! No, bro! Get him, Willow! Get the two. Yeah! Get him, Willow! Get him! Get him! Get him! Get him, Willow! All right, babies. Stop. Hey. Hey. Relax. Babies. You need, what, is that thing still going? Oh, I'll skip the session. That's such a bloody. The heck? What? Ow! Coco. Darn it, dog. I'm gone for 2 seconds, and you're still a little puppy. Let's go get him. Let's go. Let's go get him. Oh, Coco, reach down. Let's go get him. My little baby. Oh, come here. Oh, no. Oh. Come here, Poco. Ow. Poco. There's your little baby. Ow. Hey, nobody. Get him, Coco! Get him! Get him, Coco! Oh, stupid dog. He's like, I'm gonna get him, don't worry. Oh, shit, that actually kind of hurt. Oh, you're going to get that, kitty. And I kind of want, I want a girlfriend, big time. Or, I don't know. Oh man, if I could somehow get involved in the church today, if money was not a problem, then wouldn't that be awesome? Hey, Coco. All right. Trying to remember here. What kind of live stream was this again? It was a. It's a live stream. It's been going on for like 3 hours now. We still have one person watching. Well, I don't know who all these people are, but I can definitely give a shout out to Noble Society, who said, see you next time. Thank you, bro. And Positive Vibes saying hi, which is interesting, but whatever. So, stupid mud. Oh, what to do? Coco, issue. Get him, Coco. Get him, Coco. Get him. Come here, Poco. Get him. Don't look. Get your bone back. Don't look at me. You being a big old meanie. Are you going to get that bone? Or are you too much of a wuss? Yes, I'm a wuss. I don't even like little bones. You're a baby. Get him, Coco. Oh my gosh! Get him, Coco! Yeah, we still got one person watching. Oh, don't bite my pinky, Coco. That's not even food. It's not even chicken fingers. How does it? Oh, it's that hot. Well, actually, no, they're in college, so. Always trying stuff. Oh, baby. Hey. Poor dude's a wimp. Hey. Oh. Get him, Willow. You see that? You see them, Willow? Oh, stupid dog. Deja, you see that? Like, where's your present life? By the way, you stink. You smell like poop. No, I don't. Yes, you do. God, isn't that amazing how we still have like one guy watching and this live stream's been going on for like 3 hours? Actually, no, we've been doing a live stream for like almost 3 hours. I'm gonna make this go until night comes. Yes. You got savage. Oh. Coco. Little baby. And numb the pain. I'm not gonna lie to you and say that it's okay. I hope I die with my chains on. If you feel alone, baby, just play this song. You just gonna tell something about me. When she's gone, I can taste it. They say fake it till you make it. That explains it. You wiggles on fake shit. Coco. You want to eat that bone? Come here, Coco. Go get it. It's up there. Go get it. I don't want to get attacked by a 20-pound dog. Deja. All right, baby, so you should get out of the way, baby. Get out of the way. Man, you're a bitch. You know that? God damn.
Let's go buy ourselves an agent. Get back to the shipyard and make this deal go right. Well, I know rescuing Agent Annoying is pretty far down the list of things any of us wants to do right now, but Mrs. Rackman here says we have to if we want to get paid. I'm certainly not doing this for a thank you or handshake, so let's get him. This place is pretty dark, so you've got some goggles in your bags. Latest imaging technology. Very good that Joe forms you with the express intention of selling your nerds. They've got long-standing business ties, but after much negotiating, we were able to hijack the sale. He does not come cheap. When I started doing this, you could buy an agent back for 2 good bills and a key. $100 bills. That's the taxable asset bubble for you. First, it's a $1 million apartment in San Diego shitholes. Then your coffee costs $4 a cup. Your bus stop's got a Wi-Fi connection to our negotiated for corporate use only. Oh, yeah, you gotta pay $30 million or your IAA pal gets his head cut off. Maybe now you guys will do something about the broken economy. For the wrong reason, you're going to the wrong place. I know, and I hate myself for it, but I think I'm in love with that person. Alarming chatter on the network. They're gonna double cross us. Just start shooting from the get-go. This deal went wrong before it started. Get our agent alive, people.
Freaking show off. Oh, damn. Hey, yo, what the fuck? Oh, shit. Damn, bro. Damn, bro. Oh, fuck this. Restart. No! No! Oh, God. Damn it. Fuck. I ain't got a choice but to drive his car into the ocean, of course. I'm like, fuck this car. Bop, 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 bop. God, that pisses me. Just join, damn it. What the hell? Wait. You stupid ass. What are you doing? Who left?
Play it cool. You're doing your usual day-to-day delivery job. You've done this 1,000 times. Earlier than expected. Biscuit and Jake compete on a number. Chip delivery, huh? Sure. Go straight through and leave her on the left. You can take the elevator or stairs down to the mall. I thought you were gonna get shot in the face for a second there. Okay. Now get in the elevator and remember, inconspicuous. Did you ever hear the one about the 4 group 6 employees in an elevator? No. Next security check's coming up. You can do this. Keep your cool. Don't be nervous, you know. Who's nervous? Not this sweaty misbehaving chair. Y'all here for the ball game? Alright, you're gonna need your key cards and get into the man trap there. 2-card system. Swipe at the same time. Let's go now. I need all of you in that man trap. Okay, so far so bueno. Push on to the vault. There'll be a guard there to meet you. Don't break character just yet. Oh, you're here. Why did they say something? Yeah, they never tell me though, you know? I'll get it open for you. Okay. Oh, that's a heavy door. You must get through here. There.
Knockout punch.
Get the cash. Get as much as you can. Good news. Seeing as we stayed under the radar, we have a little more time here. Now your hacker can block the security sensors while you're in the vault, but only for a while. If the system goes quiet for too long, it triggers the alarm as a failsafe. And, did I mention that if the alarm goes over in here, they'll flood the place with nerve agents? No? I'll mention it now. If you're making good time in there, try getting into some of the lock boxes.
Yup. Nice. Boys, we're out of here. Boys, we gotta go. Fellas, come on, man. Stupid ass. Oh, no. Oh my gosh, bro. You need some backup, man. Follow me. I just need to get my money. Oh no. Fellas, we're going to have to hide. You know that? Go, go, go! Shut, fellas. Come on, me laddies. Aye. How? Where did we park the car? We parked it on the other side of town. You... Come on, boys. We only got one chance. We got to take this. Come on. Get your big ass up. We're running. Oh, Lord Jesus. Lord Jesus. Oh my God, they're about to fucking kill me. Fuck you. God damn it. God, fuck you. Go. You go past. You go fucking past. I swear to God. Get up. Come on, Private. Oh, we actually got to shoot this motherfucker. Oh my God, just jump, you fat ass. Drive, motherfucker, drive! Damn. Hey, get in the back. Come on, man. That's 89. Oh, man. Go, 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 go! Alright, wait. Get into the sewers. You got your dumbass. Go! Come on, you fatty. Get to the sewers. Yes, you. Come on, get in the sewers, bro. Hide. Oh my fucking God. You're such a dumbass. I swear to God. Just get in the cop car. Oh my God, we're a bunch of fucking retards. Alright, we're jumping. We're doing cardio, man. We're fucking cardio, man. Go. Go! Oh my God, get in the middle! God, you swear to give me your fucking cow, wigger. You drive. I'm gonna get in the gunner's seat. Go, 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 go. I don't care, man. You gotta go, 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 go. Ah, shit. Fuck. Oh, God damn it. We're gonna fucking die. We're gonna fucking die. Get in the fucking sewer. Oh, go, dumbass. Fucking shithead. All right, is all four of us in the vehicle? Yeah. Go. Get in the fuck. Go, dumbass. Boy, I don't think you want. The fuck? You dumbass, who's shooting at us? Stay still, damn it. Hey, yo, man, like, no offense, but what the fuck we doing? Drive! Come on, man! It's go! Before this guy gets fucking... Oh, my God. You fat ass. What are you doing? No. We're almost finished the heist. You go. What did you fucking do? God damn it. You dumbass. You fucking dumbass. Drive. God damn it. All I'm saying is we gotta get there quickly, man. Like fucking Hall-Tell, man. Damn. Oh, and their asses are still getting shot at. Oh my fucking god. And where are they at? I'm like, oh my god. It's two hot chicks with the briefcase. Hell yeah. Ow. Coco. Woo! Nah, they're out every. I keep on getting these fucking Spanish ads. Drive! No. It's like, nah, dog, I'm gonna stay here. Like, drive! Pointing a gun to their face. No! Who died? Oh, you fucking shit! God damn it! God, you fucking dumbass! No, honestly, fuck you. Seriously, fuck you. I was about to get fucking. God damn it. wearing yoga pants, showing her butt. How is that a problem? Well, I mean, like, I don't know. It's not a problem. It's not a problem. Oh my god. Still misogynist. Yeah. Oh my god. Do I really have to? Honestly, go fucking. Honestly, fuck you. It's like, what? I thought you were a Christian. I am. I was doing a freaking heist, and this guy leaves. He's like, yeah, this doesn't seem worth it anymore. You're about to get freaking $1 million, bro. That's a lot of money in Grand Theft Auto. Well, for one day. Yeah. You do it all right. You let me robbing gas stations. It's like supposed to be better. I don't like that. Do I or do I not work Sunday? Please let me know. It looks like a 10. I'm working 2 to 10. I mean, they obviously have that on there, but I need to know. I mean, it looks like 2 to 10. I really can't tell, actually. I can't quite tell. Canoe vid. That's funny. Now, I mean, I don't know. Looks like it's like, well, ain't that a bitch? Wait, I need to ask Miss Candace. I'm gonna go to Cookout, buy a hot dog, and ask. Ain't that a bitch? God damn. That'd be wild. Am I saying I'd be bad? No, I guess I'd be upset, but hey, whatever. I gotta grow a pair of balls and be like, you know what? Whatever. Be like 11 o'clock. I'm like, that's right. I gotta go to church tomorrow. Shit. I'm like, well, I guess I could do that. I mean, I don't prefer to work on Sundays, but that's right. Yeah, the big D or big G. It's God, you peasant. Oh crap! All right. Well, how do I address you? God. Oh, go figure. All right. At Camp Canoe vid. What? I was in a canoe vid. Yeah. That was actually pretty fun. Yeah. That freaking canoe making an ASMR video. Can't do that a lot. All right, where did I throw my money? I had pennies. There's a hot dog. And I got a bunch of pennies. Because they'd be like, man, ain't that a bitch? What do they look for? I can really go for a hot dog right now, though. Just go and get one. All right, I got like 50 cents on the I have like 50 cents in. All right, what if I give McKinsey a bunch of pennies in return? That's stealing. No, it's not. It's an exchange of currencies. Same thing. I'm like, seems like a fair trade to me. I'm not looking at all those pennies to cook out. It's like, yeah, just go to see Taylor. Ain't that? All right, well, whatever. More money for me, I suppose. Because I don't want to. What do you mean you don't want to? You got to. Yeah, that's the thing with Saturdays. You don't work on Saturdays? Yeah, I'm not sure they work on. Yeah, you don't work on freaking Sunday. Just don't work on Sundays. That's your girl? Not very much. Why? Alright, I have enough money, but at the same time, I don't know, man. At the same time, I don't know. Like, should I pay with pennies or not? Weird. um. Man, but I really want a hot dog and a thing of hush puppies. Can't just walk in there uninvited. That'd be pretty weird. Dad's like, "Where are you going?" I'm like, "How did you know?" My dad's senses were tingling. I had to go to a party. I'm like, "I appreciate the fact that you have the capability of going to a party. I seriously do. That's a good thing of respect." Well, like, oh my god, crap, now I feel bad. 50 cents per jar. Damn, bro, help brother out. Okay, cool, whatever. It's like, shit. Like, I really don't, personally. It's too much of an effort. You break all that. Yeah, sure. Is it legal? Absolutely. Is it kind of a dick move? Kind of. Man, but I really want to go to cookout for no reason whatsoever. Just saying. Because I want a hot dog. I'm hungry. No, it's dinner. Yeah. This is like one of those moments where I need a Patreon, you know? It's like, dude, James Christ, $5 so you can buy a hot dog. Really? I have $100 that you that'd be like well, if you just want to get more notifications on my videos, go hit $5 a month and stuff. You get like 10 dudes doing that. I get like $50 a month. I'm like, awesome! I can afford hot dogs now. I wish I knew where my other change was. I got like a whole bunch of pennies and shit. Those things are like a nuisance to look around. But what do you mean? Well, I mean, you understand. I mean, I like people. Oh no! I don't know, man. Like, I really know that hot dog though. Damn, I think I probably should spend all my money. Like, are they good? Probably not. Yeah, but I really want a hot dog though. Why do you want a hot dog so bad? Because I want one. Hey guys, why does it have like a 2 to 10? Wait, hold on. Bro, that has. I'm like, so are too close? Yes. Holy shit. Right, cool, whatever. Can you do that? Spending big bucks, man. I'm making $209 now. Spending big bucks. Like, look at this. Chicken beef mix. Fresh out of the cheese. Alright, can I like? What the heck? But wait, my father has offering money. You're like, boy, I ain't going. Like, well, I mean, not really. Just get all that change, put it in there. That's a brilliant idea. It's like an exchange of currency. Sort of. I have to light on in here. Like, yeah. Rashad big double cheeseburgers. Hmm. What you gonna do? We're gonna get this Tide money. We're gonna break it for $1. We're gonna put all my pennies and all my dimes and shit in there. That's how we're gonna get a hot dog here. Isn't that still? Well, no, not really. You're just putting a whole shit ton of pennies in there. Like a lot, a lot of pennies. On a scale of 1 to 10, how many pennies would you like to put in there? Do I get to choose? Yes. Oh. 11:30. Damn. All right. Cool. Kids, never mind. All right. Cool. I just order a hot dog. I'm like, yeah, I'm hungry. I'm just like, I got this. I mean, at least some of the house lights on. And also lots of people buy because of the food. It's safe. It's safe. Like it's dark outside. My dad's like, what are you doing? I'm riding my bicycle. How did you know? It's like, boy, why would you ask if I was? This ain't even ASMR. Just a try my changes. Life is not my poop. Baby, I'm sorry, Willow. Please get off the couch, sweetheart. Please get off the couch, sweetheart. Thank you. Thank you. It's like, yo, dog. Hey, what's going on, man? Your breath is like hot. Like, he's just breath mint. Oh, man. It's crazy how, like, I've had this live stream going all day and I only have, like, 3 comments. It's like, is it actually ASMR? For, like, the first 5 minutes, yeah. And it's just me ranting and shit like that. Yeah. It's like, are you serious? Yes. We're gonna dump all the pennies in here. Dad's like, why does this weigh 5 pounds, son? I used some of the offering money. I had like 55 pennies in my room, so like hey, you go in there with more money. Consider that as a blessing from God, no from me. Wow, I never thought about that. What's hot? can't believe that one person's gonna watch the video. He's gonna be like, how many watch time did you get? Like 7 hours. Whoa. 7 hours of watch time? Basically, Oh my god, it's hot. Why did I go get a hot dog? I did like 2 miles in total. Almost 3 to go get a hot dog. Damn. And there's some people riding. Really? No, I'm joking. There's no people riding. I hate to lie to you guys. But I will tell you one thing.